Hello and welcome to episode 20, part 1 of our warrior journey. Now there might not be a part 2 today, we'll see how it goes. It's already quite late anyway. Probably just be this section. We experienced some issues yesterday which meant we couldn't get on in the evening. So apologies for just a short stream yesterday. But we're back again this evening. We were leaving these till later. We were going to go to south and complete these two early quests in Ashara to begin with. So let's check exactly where we're going. All the way south, essentially. And there are some new herbs that we do want to collect around here as well. So we need 2 Trickster, 2 Felsworn. It's the 6 normal Satyr that are usually the problem. So let's go ahead and engage. So these 2 quests shouldn't take very long at all. And then we'll probably move on to somewhere like Searing Gorge. The kill speed will probably be a bit slow while our offhand is gaining skill. But these are also sort of suitably low. That it's a good time to train it, you know. Okay. Get some extra spirit going here. And then we'll also get a Mighty Troll's Blood as well, I think. So there are quite a few Felsworn around. And there are a couple of extra normal satyr as well. Another two. So that's 7% health. Significant. And that will be number 5, or number 6 rather. So actually, really very good. Often you'll have nothing but tricksters and the Felsworn, and you just won't achieve anything because you'll keep killing it, and you won't have the right mix of mobs. So we've been exceptionally lucky actually. And then we can go straight into part 2, the highborn apparitions and lichlings. I think the last time we did this area, we had lots of apparitions and not many lichlings. So I was on the warlock anyway. So I'm going to keep an eye out specifically for the lichlings, just in case there are once again fewer of them. So we need 6 of each. 1, 2, another 3 lichlings at least. Okay, this is kind of crazy. Oh, 52. Oh yeah, I wasn't really paying attention to the XP bar. I was forgetting that we were about to ding. Um, yeah. So pretty solidly. Just need one more Lichling and one more apparition after this as well. Okay. There we go. And that is that. Just the quests start from there to continue. The question is, where do we want to continue from? I think the answer is going to be Searing Gorge. Because there's a whole bunch of things that are lower level to start with. What's the fastest way going to be though? Do we go up here to fly back to Orgrimmar? It's probably quickest actually to simply ride back to Orgrimmar. Because if we hearth to Freewind Post, it's just going to be awkward. Like, we'd be able to start flying immediately. But I don't think we would get there quite quickly enough. So we do need some of this silk cloth request handed in Searing Gorge. That's why we're keeping that. No, it's not doing badly, 34. So we're going to head across to Gromgol to begin with, I think. Hinterlands, 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 hinterlands. And in Moonglade. Hinterlands, Temple. Oh, who died? Yeah. What were they? Were they a melee? I'm assuming. Hunter? Died to the shield guard. They. Yeah, but you can just run away from those. You can literally run away from freshly spawned mobs and they won't aggro. Like when things appear, you have a grace period during which you can move away before they do anything. Right. Unarmed is up to 201 already. Out of 260. My main hand swords 255. And there's always the opportunity, if you're entering a new area that's been cleared, you always want to be mindful of like, what order is it cleared in, where will the respawns be, and if you're clear, you need to keep that in mind as well, so that you remember, well, I killed this first last time, so next time I need to be mindful of where things are starting. Guess maybe feign death resisted as well. Maybe. Bit weird, I think. 33 Hunter. Yeah, yeah, they get it at 32. Hang on. Inflicting stuff. Yeah. So yeah, there's no point in flying to Thorium Point, probably. Unless it's to grab quests from there first. Yeah. Probably makes sense to grab the quests from there first. We could do a Meriden Princess run, actually. Could do. Don't know. I kind of want to do the questing, but at the same time, finishing that run with Undercover would be quite cool too. Let's check Atlas a minute. So we would be looking at 8, 9, 10, 11 potentially. That's kind of rubbish. It's a lot of armor, but yeah, okay. I mean, the princess's scepter is actually pretty solid. And the legs are too. It's higher level, isn't it? Yeah, that's 50 plus. Yeah, that's in the same place as the Overseer. Yeah, so we abandon those for now because we don't have enough quest log space. We want the heavy golems, we want the lava spiders, we want the incendisaurs. And we've got the Overseer and Flux there. And then down this way, past Galax Flight Mastiff. Yeah, so the key to freedom can drop off random dark iron dwarves. We want to go and do court while we farm. Yeah, court needs the cloth. Yeah, so we need to go a whole bunch of these lava spiders. Don't think there's anything else that's misplaced or anything. That is all just the key to freedom. Whenever we find the outhouse key. Golems and stuff here. But now, I'm going to say the most important thing are these steam smiths because they're the only things that can drop spyglass or the smithing tuya. So it might be better if we go after the lava spiders initially. Hey, Ice, how are you? Yeah, I was mega busy yesterday and this morning as well. Yeah, it got to streaming time in the evening, and I couldn't. I'd done so much stuff that I couldn't keep my eyes open. I had an early night for a change, um, and then this morning I had loads of real life stuff to take care of. But we're back this evening, which is nice. And I'd got the couple of quests done in Ashara that finished off at the end of the very short stream yesterday. And now we're starting in Searing Gorge. And you can kind of see how slow, well, I'm part of the slow is we're leveling the offhand weapon skill, but it still feels pretty rubbish. Once you're a high enough level, you can do it really easily in um, the Blasted Lands. There are some like banished mobs there, and you can attack them, and they don't attack back, and you can just level your weapon skill. But of course, you've got to get to that higher level first. Yeah. These spiders might feel better to fight than the golems and the elementals, but we're still taking quite a lot of damage from them. Despite being 4 levels above them, or even 5 levels above them. I don't know if it might be better to go arms again, so that I'm not missing so much. Yeah, you're surprised warriors in plate fighting green mobs still take so much damage. Yeah, it's kind of rubbish. I mean, the spiders do some fire, like the fireball, but I think I resisted that just then. Um, at the armor reduction, I've got over a third damage mitigation. But is that enough, you know? I mean, we'll truly know Once the weapon skill for the offhand has gained another, what is it? 45 skill points. But yeah, it is. You do take a lot of damage. It's it's why I left the Blasted Lands when after trying the first Hellbore. Like was just no way it was going to happen. Um, the having the lower weapon skill does also affect rage generation because you're missing more. So I'm not getting as many abilities off either. Like it's not just white damage it's affecting. As long as you can clear the stuff that's around them, that's the you need to be able to live. So the stuff I can't remember exactly what level it is, but the mobs are something like level 50, 51-ish. So for me, like well, it would benefit me for daggers, crossbows, bows, perhaps, guns, maces and staves, and thrown, 200 maces. I could do a lot of leveling off there. I'm just quite glad we've hit 52. There's not many more levels left. The end of the warrior is in sight. And as we get slightly higher, I think we'll probably end up doing more dungeons as well. And the biggest thing that I notice that tells me the balance has shifted is the fact that I'm already down to 8 of these fish. Because before we were able to go from mob to mob to mob to mob to mob, and I was hardly ever having to stop to eat. But now it's every few mobs. Just need so much more in the way of consumables to keep our health up. It's just getting higher level and like the difficulty of the mobs ramping up, okay, comparatively with your level. One thing that I suppose I do need to do, I haven't yet, is to do some more fishing, this time for stone scale eels, so we can craft the next level up of the elixir of defense. That would help. So I got some for the lesser stone shield. I got some like 3 ore from the quest that I mentioned, and I found a further 2 ore in a chest. So we've got 5. We haven't needed to use one yet, which is nice. And of course, I think we got 1 free, like for turning in the quest itself to begin with. I think I think there might be one in the bank. We haven't really had any extra, like generally an oh crap moment, we need to use something, will be a health pot. Whereas a stone shield potion is more, I know this is going to be bad in advance, so I'm going to use it from the start. Or you pull something, you pull an extra huge number of extra things, then you would, if you know it's at the start of a massively difficult fight, that's another good time to use it. But if it's like midway through and it looks like things are going to work out all right, then you may as well just use the healing potion because they're easier to craft. I do want to use one just to see how much additional defense it gives at some point. It would just be interesting to know how much DR it is. I mean, you could chest farm. You know, you could run around looking for chests, keep looting them. You don't need many of these. They're just really amazing for large pools of physical-based mobs, essentially. But like, it's not like you need them all the time, you know. But I mean, we can take an elixir of defense and we'll actually be able to work it out. Thinking about it. Because the elixir is literally a quarter of the lesser stone shield. When this pot runs out, we'll use another one of all the rest to rebuff. And then probably go after the Incendisaurs, War Golem, and the Dark Iron Taskmasters and Slavers. I just need one more spider. Got the Hearts of Flame. We need the heavy War Golems and other things. We also need the Lookouts. Yeah, so I'll use the rest of the potions in 4 minutes and we can see what the armor difference is for one potion of 250 and then just multiply it by 4. But it's probably somewhere in the region of like 5% total DR. Well, I was going to path away then. No. There we go. Yeah, it sounds weird, but having like just a few percent extra armor and a few percent extra health regen and stuff can really just tip the balance between losing health and not losing health significantly between pulls. I mean, it is already feeling slightly better actually with this weapon skill being a bit higher. Right, that's a rebuff. So 36.8 goes to 38.8. It's a 2% gain. It would be an 8% physical damage reduction gain for the Lesser Stone Shield potion, roughly. Which I have to say is pretty nice. But do you also see why that like has its place in certain situations? Yeah, so like the point is like when you consider what what the maximum hit point pool is. Hang on. Tell us what our health is. No, it doesn't, does it? Hmm. So if you imagine if you're in a dungeon group and you pop this, your health is going to go down considerably. You're going to get healed up from being low multiple times. It'll create a lot of stability as far as the healer is concerned. That makes sense. Um, Whereas if you're out soloing and you use this, generally what you're fighting isn't going to take away that much damage, if that makes sense. And because you're not being healed up multiple times, you've only got, it would only effectively add 8% of your total hit points, if that makes sense. In which case, your healing potion would heal far more than 8%, which makes the healing potion, especially because I'm not using the next potion up that I could be. So, well, I mean, 10% of my health would be 320. Well, I mean, even the superior healing potion will heal on average 800. So the lesser stone shield is kind of useless in that scenario. But in a dungeon group, where you're getting healed on repeat, it will save the healer's mana a lot. You know, like much more. Because like the fight will be extended, they'll be healing for a significant time, etc. And because of that, like the fact that it lasts a minute and a half on a really hard pull, it's really good. But if it's just you versus one or two things out in the world, it's trash, or even it's worse than trash. Yeah. Well, currently, it is, yes. I mean, obviously, as I level up, I'll need more armor in order to maintain the same percentage of damage reduction. So the the potion will become less efficient over time. But then there's a greater stone shield potion. So, you know, you can use that instead. And that does 2,000 armor instead of 1,000 armor. But the scalings will still shift over time, of course. And you've got a greater mana potion above this, and then you've got the major mana potion above that. So what can't I? That record. Well, I'm one skill point off being able to make that. And that heals between 1,000 and 1,000. So, yeah. So it that could potentially heal significantly more than the potion I've currently got. Um, don't I? Does it go straight from superior to don't know. I would say no, not really. Like you don't potion until your healer is low on mana. So it's not really hard at all. Like you can tell, like, when you're being healed properly and efficiently, your health is doing this. When you're needing to potion, your health is doing this really low. And if you potion at that point, it might put you up to 60% from 30% or something like that. You just get that feeling of when you should potion. Like, you know when it's all going to hell. Yeah, priests are deceptively tanky. People look at the cloth gear and go, oh, it's all fine. No. Like, warlocks are pretty tanky as well, generally. But again, people don't really think about it. They get a buff spell that gives that's what 30-minute duration, gives them health regen and armor, demon armor. And if you go Soul Link spec, then you've got a buff that shares the damage you take with your pet instead. So if you've got both of those things going, it's good. And then of course, on top of that, again, you've got spells which heal yourself as a warlock, like Drain Life, Siphon Life, if you haven't gone Soul Link. There we go. I remembered to do the Golem quest stuff first this time. I think last time I was here on the Warlock, I did the Slavers and Taskmasters first. And then the Golems after. And of course, once you hand in like, the quest for the Golem oil and whatever it was, it unlocks a or to get daggers from the Slavers and Taskmasters, so you have to go and kill more of them, which is a little inefficient. thought there was another quest to complete. No, there's something. Oh, back to looking for these low drop items, I think. They might have respawned by now. The lookouts certainly, but possibly the smiths as well. No. Should we say definitely the smiths as well, because someone else has cleared them out. Rubbish. No, no. They've only killed one. They didn't quite get the kill timing. Awesome. Running. Parry, miss, 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 dodge, parry. Okay. Well, we're going to kite this one over to the next one. Yep, we've got a 1% hit. We got the Blackstone ring from Princess on the one Maradon run that we've done. I think there were 2 other people who rolled on it, so very good. Yeah, it was very lucky. It's a very nice ring, and it's much needed, especially as Fury. But and we don't get any more until like 60 dungeons essentially. As well as we went through the other day. Yeah, did you see the Maradon run or not? Like shortly after we started the second part, after the scepter completion quest, the server popped up with a servers will reset in 15 minutes. So we had to rush complete the princess. Was do that, skip the other 3 bosses. It was just about enough time to finish the fight and Hearth out. And that was it. No, we got all the quests done, which was good. And the other bosses don't really drop anything particularly great for us as a warrior. But not, nothing really lost out on anyway. I might do one or two more marathon runs just to see if we can get the plate armor from Princess. That would be nice. It's leg armor, and this is very outdated now. What the one we're wearing. That's yeah, it's male from like level 30 something. No, it's not hard to get the portal to the back door. That you do the quest. The quest has you kill 5 Khans. There are 2 Khans outside the dungeon in the purple and the orange section, and 1 Khan outside the dungeon between the two. And then inside the dungeon, there's 1 Khan in the orange section and 1 Khan on the purple section. You always want to do purple section first, because if your clear speed is as it should be, then when you've cleared the purple section, you will be just in time to have the Khan come towards you as you go to clear the orange side. So that means you can not have to clear a lot of the orange side mobs, and a lot of the orange side stuff is really kind of irritating. Like the what mobs is it? Like you've got a lot of the lashes, you've got a lot of like worm packs, which are irritating because they explode on dying. You've got slow crawling slimes that just don't attack particularly, but they've got an AoE damage that hits all melee. The orange side is just irritating. Yeah, so being able to skip it, or at least skip some of it, is just nice. It's good quality of life when you're doing that dungeon. But you still get to clear like the Noxian boss if you want. If you don't, if you want to skip that, or if you want to skip the Lasher boss, you can also skip that and still have the main quest done. And once you've got the gems and you've done the amulet, then it's all good. You combine it in the dungeon. There's a little talkie event, and then you've got the scepter. And then it's really easy to port inside and do just the second part if that's what we want. I still haven't found more silk cloth, which is kind of annoying. Right, okay, let's have a look at these pieces. 284 strength stamina, 295 strength stamina. Okay, well, not even much of a question, is it? And 405 strength stamina with a tiny bit of defense. There's actually less armor, but the strength makes it loads better. Okay. I kind of want to do the Incendisaurs last. I also kind of don't want to fight these mobs two at a time. Might be able to pull that one out separately, maybe. Because it's 45. Nope. Let's try and kill it quickly then. 244 out of 260, that's better. That wasn't actually too bad despite fighting two of them. I think I might just do that over again with a demo shout. One thing that Self-Found will be suffering from is melee a little bit, that you wouldn't normally be having an issue with, is a lack of enchants. So, like if you weren't Self-Found, you'd be able to have strength on a couple of pieces. You'd be able to have weapon damage directly applied, both weapons, or something better even. Um, you'd be able to have some agility for extra crit and dodge. There's quite a lot of stats that you're sort of missing out on as a result. As far as continuity goes, it would make so much more sense if you couldn't find the key until after you'd done the dig site quest. Otherwise, you've set him free, and there's still someone in there. Hmm. That's a separate pull from everything else. But I don't want to have the whole camp there. Yeah, that's fine. Um, oh, really? Path down there, okay. Still no silk. Might actually have to look up where to go and farm some silk cloth for this hand in. Because previously I've just done it like in this area. And silk has not been an issue. For some reason all we're dropping is mage weave, which is unhelpful. Um, yeah. So all we can really do now is go into the pit and do the taskmasters, slavers, and the incendisaur, and maybe see there's a group for Maltorius. That would make sense. World groups. And the hinterlands. Just want to avoid these guys. There's just lots of them. They go as a pack, actually. Uh, yeah. I think we have to drop down over here. May as well do the incendisaurs first. So these Incendisaur scales generally want to be retained because they are used massively as a quest hand-in for reputation. And you need 2 scales per hand-in, and you need something like 182 hand-ins, or not? Was it 92 hand-ins, which is 184 scales. Because each hand-in only gets you 25 rep. And you need 2,300 reputation. So quite a lot, really. No, don't patrol into me. Don't patrol into me. So not everybody needs the reputation, but blacksmiths definitely do. There's a recipe for alchemists that they only need honoured though, so they don't need to worry about rep beyond the Incendisaur scale grind. So we started this Incendisaur at 44%. We've ended the Incendisaur at 27. 17% life lost, something like that. We'll put ourselves in combat and off. Do one more fight and then eat, I think. Yeah. One more fight and we'll need to buff food. Okay. There we go. He's joking about the parrot. Awesome. That's a good jest. That is a good joke. Because it's so easy to believe that it's yet another rogue that has forgotten to take the cracker to feed the parrot. Some rogues even take the cracker to feed the parrot and then just don't give the parrot the cracker and die. Which is kind of nuts. Yeah, I'm not going to worry about farming all 184 scales at the moment. Not worth it. And if I did want to do that, I'd come back another time. Need one incendisaur on the way out. I'm assuming will simply be this one. Okay. We run between them or not? Not quite. Hmm. Need to consider where is going to be best to farm silk cloth. Um, I'm trying to look up best things that drop silk cloth, and that's kind of crazy. Changed the website, and I do not like it. The layout was weird. So okay. Silk cloth 28 to 40. Overlap is 38 to 40. And 36 to 40. So who? Okay. Alterac Mountains. Okay, this is not. This website is now really awkward and horrible. How do you. What? Right. Let's have a look at okay, Northern Stranglethorn Vale seems like a good spot. Um, so what we'll do is we'll go down here and I'll rebuff. We'll go inside and we'll finish the taskmasters and slavers. Then we can hand various quests in up top. And at some point later, we'll hearth. It's probably quicker to hearth. Is it? It might be quicker just to fly down to Booty Gromgol, actually. 12 and 6. Wow, okay, that's a speedy slave. Wow, okay. And now a silk cloth drops. Huh? Worker, give worker. Does the lift come all the way down here? Not. Looks like it does. Yep, it does. be in here. There is a higher up entrance that I'm thinking of, but I can't. Maybe it is the one over on the other side that I dropped down on. Maybe it is. Oh, you're not attacking me. RNG spawn on this. It's just all slavers. I'm sure the last time I did it was slavers I was lacking. And just pull some rage on this. He doesn't have that much more health or anything. Oh, he does call for help though. Fine. Right. Oh, here's more task at least. Wow. What's this hidden behind a wall? slave workers are kind of like annoying little mines that they run away so quickly that even with hamstring on, you can't slow them enough to not be annoying. Hey, undercover frogs, how's it going? I'm just trying to hunt for taskmasters in here so that we can finally hand some quests in. We're level 52 on the warrior now. Going well. I'll do Hinterlands probably after Searing Gorge, and that'll be nice and rewarding. Yeah, what to what level? Oh, nice. Yeah, some people, well, depends on the class, but the last few levels either drag really slowly or seem to fly by. You want a warrior as well or something else? Hmm. Yeah, I'm hoping this warrior won't take too much longer. So 7 days played at the moment. I think the only thing I'm looking for in Searing Gorge really is a group from Altorius for people, you know, who need it. Because it's not exactly soloable, especially as a warrior. It's like walking into your death for no reason. Don't know what is up with these spawns though. It's just all slavers. It's kind of crazy. I've skipped slavers. I've killed at least 30 slavers, I think. But we've got double slaver, double slaver, double slaver, double slaver. What is going on? One, finally, Taskmaster. Well, those quests can all be handed in. We now do need to go and find some silk cloth. Actually, what were the ogres in Badland? Are they high 30s? I think that's maybe what I did last time. Farmed the ogres. Yeah. Okay. Need to get down safely to the ground. Away from the various mobs. Yeah. I'm not sure if this is actually completable. I would suspect that these mobs are not really soloable as a warrior. Yeah. Got more than double my health pool. No, it's level 46, but still. Those things hit like a truck. So rather than going all the way down to Stranglethorn Vale, I think first we initially look in the Badlands and see what level the ogres there are. The ogres are sub 40, then that would be ideal. If we can find them 36, 37, that would be perfect. Because once they hit 38, they can drop Mage Weave as well. And we don't really want that now. We don't really want that right now. Although I don't know if it's an either or if it's a chance to drop both. Nice. An additional just 12 food. Now the closest ogres I think are down in Dustbelch Grotto. So we'll check there first. Oh, oh, some of them are too high. Actually out of level range. Okay. So focus on the lower level ogres. Because anything over 40 doesn't drop silk anymore. Two, two, one, two. Yeah, like 2 other mobs here that I can fight. It's just something else. Yeah. Right. I know there are lower level ogres elsewhere. So we're going to ride along, find them. And plan. Yes. Today I pass you in level. Were you 51? Yeah, 52, 7 bars. No, I haven't caught you up yet. I'll be going to sleep soon as well once I've finished this quest. Done too many super early streams. So need to make sure that I'm not overdoing it. Oh, nice. Nice, nice. Got that the class quests were all up and active. I tried the warrior one previously. Killing the hellboars did not go well as a self-found warrior. I need to go back at a slightly higher level with slightly better weapons. Because even with a health pot, I wasn't able to kill the hellboar. It's a little embarrassing, but such is self-found warrior life. That trinket is nice though. It's super nice, and it's such a low cooldown as well, relatively speaking. I did not want to fight this one. It's level 41. It can't drop silk cloth. These other ones are alright though. 40 and 40. Two, one. Nice. There's the cloth. Died. Don't see the name popping up though. Yeah, yeah, they lived. Level are they now? 27. The last time I checked, they were 17, so they're making good progress. Oh, the Jordanus quest essentially is burst it and reset. And then burst an ad and reset. And then burst it the last ad. Like that's kind of fine to do. Um, yeah. See, when I'm playing my main, playing the Warlock. I don't even see the Flames casing as anything more than an awkward normal quest. Really? That's all it feels like. It feels like a little bit of an irritation, like a bump in the road. Like the mobs are hard, but the more annoying part is that the symbol of Ragnaros is quite so low drop rate. That's it. Playing the warrior, I I I don't even think I can take the mobs on particularly solo, but it's like group or nothing. Well, that's what it feels like anyway. Um, yeah, so these are here. That's easy enough. Oh, this is the crashed thing in the Dustwater Marsh, isn't it? Yeah, that's easy enough. And that's Swamp Sorrows. In terms of gadget zone. Yeah, that's fine. So we'll start with the spiders here. And then we can head down to Swamp of Sorrows after. Yes, yes, they do. Oh, it's nice if self-found. Anyway. They all dead? Are they all dead? Not quite. Yeah. So after this little quest line, what we'll need to do ideally is to, before we go to the hinterlands, is to craft some better potions, restock, work out if there are any alchemy recipes around the world that we need to focus on purchase. The mighty Troll's Blood, we should have enough reagents for already to just simply craft another 5. I want to fish the stone scale eel for the better elixirs of defense. We should have the greater agility materials. Cadger's whiskey, I think we do have in the bank now. There, isn't there another healing potion we haven't got? Superior healing. Restorative, transmute, wild vine. Alright, we actually need to farm that one then. Stone skill. Lip, mighty rage, superior mana, superior defense. Elixir of the sages. Transmute, transmute, transmute. Transmute, transmute, transmute. And then it's straight to major healing potion, which is level 45. Okay. And that is Golden Sansam, Mountain Silver Sage. And is that thing it's bought from Winter Spring, isn't it? Yeah, it's bought from Winter Spring. Which we also need to do the herbal wrap grind for. I was hoping to put that off, but I'm not sure that we can get the major healing potions from anywhere else. I don't know what would make you think that you're unkillable as a warrior. Nope. Mm. Yeah, that's kind of my point though. Like, you want to get used to keybinds that you use, but yeah. Right, yeah. It's s- so right, is Yeah. That's okay. So we want to fly down to Swamp of Sorrows. Abandon that one. Do these elite quests. If we come back to Searing Gorge, but that's it. That is it. Like, sure, you have a few occasional buttons. Like, I've pulled some, like a really awkward triple pack. I'm not in a position to deal with it properly. Then and only then might I pop Thunderclap as a damage reduction. Maybe. Anyway, go to Swamposaurus. And path from Swamposaurus to Freewind Post, flighted up near Dustwillow Marsh. And then go to Brackenwall Village and fly down to Gadgetzan. Yeah. Hopefully you read what I said about Heroic Strike, but Cleave also works the same. The way like Warrior Rage Generation works, when you hit something with a white attack, a standard attack, you generate a certain amount of rage based upon the amount of damage you do. In Classic. In later editions of the game, it was changed to be a flat amount of rage generated. But this is why warriors in Classic scale so hard with gear and are ultimately the best endgame DPS, because the more damage they do, the more rage they generate, and the more abilities they can use, and therefore the more damage they do, etc., etc. But if you use Cleave or Heroic Strike, it replaces your standard white attack with a special attack that does more damage. And it costs 15 rage. And you think, oh, great. Costs 15 rage, do more damage. Great. Wonderful. What it doesn't tell you in this tooltip is that it's not just 15 rage. Normally, your white attack, when it hits, generates rage. But because it's become a yellow special attack, it no longer does that. So instead of costing 15 rage. It costs you 15 rage plus whatever amount would have been generated by your normal white hit. So if you're low on rage all the time, if you're struggling to find rage for other abilities, Heroic Strike is terrible. It will just make things worse. The only time Heroic Strike is really beneficial is when you're 80 plus rage and you know you're going to take more damage. You know you're not going to be able to spend the extra rage. And so if you're going to generate more than you can spend, Heroic Strike then becomes an option, and it then becomes good because it stops you going overcapped on rage and it adds more damage on top. But that's the only time it's good. It's particularly great, really, for tanks because you're generating rage when you're being hit. So the more you're tanking, the more you're generating rage, the more you can spam Heroic Strike or Cleave or whatever it might be. But it's a really it's just really hidden. It's really, really hidden. And it's a shame because there's so much clarity around most other like systems and stuff. Um, is one thing I was thinking of going to farm. It would be pretty nice, I must admit. And I'm sure we'll come back to Swamp of Sorrows if we do need to actually farm that blindweed. But in the meantime, we need to head once more to the coast, Swamp of Sorrows. Look, the named mob that has got good steals, balanced flamberge. So there is amongst these murlocs a named murloc we will be among the camps. Usually further up. Where we can, it can be down here. It's often further up. Give the list the name. Why? Can it spawn all the way down here? I don't think I've ever seen it this far south. But I don't know, apparently it's a solid chest. Right, a solid chest exists here, but the named mob certainly does not. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, it might be that it was killed and hasn't respawned yet. 5.25 minutes or 2:17. 2:17. Dang. Yeah, I don't want to drag up like a massive talk about it, but uh, that pirate software was just insane. And then seriously, if you haven't seen the first clip, do try and find it online. Um, it is actually 100% worse than the clip that went viral. Like the clip that went viral is, it's got funnier lines in it. But their first DM attempt, like you go through the first outer courtyard and stuff, and you start to go through the tunnels with the ogres, the little like bug groups, and when you start getting the eyes of Kilrog roaming around. And then you turn the corner where you normally trap, freezing trap the patrolling boss, and you go up a ramp. And they were backing up that ramp, and he backed up too far, pulled the pack at the top of the ramp while they were fighting the one at the bottom, jumped off the ramp on top of the patrolling boss, aggroed that too, CC'd nothing, left group and ran. And then when he was talking about it later, he said, "Oh, the group was already bad. They'd already pulled like one run already." It is like, but you can see in the clip, it's you. You're the one who backs too far up the ramp. You're the one who aggroes everything. You aggro the pack. You aggro the boss. And then you literally try and blame it on everybody else. Honestly, if it had been me in a group with him, I would just not have continued to party if he didn't adjust how he played. But especially if you're the one that aggroes everything, you've made everything hyper dangerous. You know, you're in escape mode now, so you need to have some responsibility for helping the rest of the group get out. You can't just flee by yourself. and have it as a everyone for themselves situation. Like, you made the mistake, you pulled everything, you need to take some responsibility. And if someone just runs like that, why are you going back into any hardcore dungeon, let alone Dire Maul? Like, it's already like one of the hardest dungeons, you know, in Endgame. You see a lot of deaths in there just by minor mistakes. You can't take people in there that you can't rely on. And yet, for some reason, they did. I don't know why. But I don't think that the first clip really got as much airtime. Like, the commentary from the people playing was not as hilarious. The run out wasn't quite as frantic, I suppose, would be the best way to describe. But in my opinion, it was a much worse response, if that can even be a possibility. Like, his response in the clip that went viral was horrible. It was you would not want that from any group member that you're in a dungeon with. But I think he still did more in the clip that went viral than in the one that didn't really get seen. Right, so we're going to go back up to Brackenwall Village and fly down to Tanaris now, I think. Hand in that final quest. We might return to Searing Gorge for the elite quests, perhaps. It depends if we see anyone either in guild or on the looking for group finder seeking to do them. It's really awkward to try and find groups for them, certainly this late at night. But even during the daytime, there just often aren't that many people in the Searing Gorge. Best opportunity, I suppose, would probably to try on a Wednesday evening. Because after the, was it Thursday? Whichever. After server reset anyway, because there'll be fewer layers that people will be split between, so it will be easier to locate people for groups in the higher level zones. Yes, I do need Maltorius and the Symbol of Ragnaros quest as well. Well, I'm in Dustwallow Marsh. Flying down to Gadgetzan. And unfortunately then I will be ending stream and logging off. Because I need to stop doing mega early streams, and I mean, this is already longer than I should probably have done. No, I left after collecting the silk cloth to hand into the toilet. You know the quest. I got the ledger and gathered the spider legs. Went down to Swamp of Sorrows and then Hearth to Freewind Post. It's alright. I mean, either I will find a group for it at some point, or I'll simply skip it. It's not something that's absolutely vital to do. Like it will wait, you know. And honestly, there are so many quests in the run up to 60 that there will be quests left over anyway. So thank you for the offer, and it doesn't look like it's going to tie in. So last thing to do before we log off, I suppose, will be to go and train our next few skills from 52. Next rank of Battle Shout should be nice. Intercept is meh. Shield Bash equally meh. The damage upgrade is negligible. Now, did you need help with Maltorius yourself, by the way? Is that you asking in guild, or is that just coincidence? Yes, we did do Mara together. I didn't. Yeah, I'm tired. I can I'll come and assist. I didn't realize you also needed assistance. I thought you were suggesting that you were going to do it yourself anyway. Um, Yeah, I mean, if you want to arrange to do it tomorrow, maybe. Are you on during the day as well or not? Oh, well, that's nice. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't put one and one together, and because it's really obvious with the first part of your name. But let's put it like this: I wasn't on yesterday because I sat down to start streaming in the evening, and I just almost fell asleep in my chair. So I didn't start stream. Instead, I went to sleep for like 11 hours. It was much needed, though. Honestly, I thought I was looking forward to doing a Shara and heading off to Searing Gorge. I just couldn't remain awake. It was too much of a struggle. But I mean, it's because I've been doing so many early streams and then not getting enough sleep. So. But I should be around most of tomorrow anyway. I think I'll probably be around more than I am usually on a Saturday, actually. So we can say I'll probably be on around 10 a.m. roughly. Maybe a bit earlier, but I'll have to see. We can set to do Maltorius and the other stuff first thing if you want. Yeah, so I think the last thing I'll do tonight is train these weapon skills, not talents. Ugh. Ugh. I need to sleep. Right, we're almost in Thunderbluff. We'll go and train our skills. And then log off. There's really not much more left to learn. Bloodthirst, but not until 60. It's under armor at 58. Oh. Why do I not have execute on my bars? It's weird. I don't use it that much, but it is kind of important for killing casters, or they heal sometimes. Yeah, the big training this level is the battle shout. Having the increased attack power goes from 139 to 185 plus 46. Six. 15 gold on 3 abilities, 2 of which are potentially useless. There we go. Ratchet. Oh. Yes, I'm very annoyed with the pink too. I think it's in... either in Leatrix Plus or I've got a special add-on for it. Leatrix was Druid Power Bar, was it? I think it might just be a particular little add-on. Yeah, it's just called We Want Blue Shamans. As they should be. And then everything is right with the world. because I totally agree. Having played Classic when it was original vanilla, the pink shamans just, I see it and it just grates on my nerves all the time. It wasn't long before I searched for a fix. And it does just make everything feel complete, I guess. Like it always just felt out of place, having played Horde that much, you know? Absolutely. I don't know why Blizzard can't like fix it themselves. Like that's how it was in Classic. Why did you make it pink? Blue Shamans, no changes. Oh, I just remembered what I was going to do. Ah, we've got Sungrass and Goldthorn, the agility. I need to get. I need to do some fishing. Diamond scale eel. I'll probably forget in the morning unless I get these materials out right now. Oh, did you see the Razor Gore wipe on the latest hardcore clips? That was was hilarious. Are you familiar with Razor Gore's mechanics? No, it's the first boss in Blackwing Lair. So essentially, this dragon is sort of being controlled with an orb, and you go in, start the fight. Somebody needs to use the orb to control the dragon, or dragonkin, or whatever it is, and lots of ads start coming out of doorways, and the raid has to control the ads while the dragon is controlled to break the eggs essentially. And when you have broken all of the eggs, then the ads kind of stop coming, and you can kill the boss. Only they don't kill the final egg. The raid leaders think they've killed the final egg, and they kill the boss anyway. And unfortunately, when that happens, if you haven't completed the mechanic, there is a room-wide mass explosion that insta-kills everybody. They were quite surprised, to say the least. Well, you just have to make sure that you break all the eggs. But the last egg, like the dragon was on top of, and instead of breaking the egg, the person controlling it, I think they broke their control, and the call was made to kill the boss. And whoever was raid leading didn't know enough of the fight to know that because ads were still coming, that meant that the final egg hadn't been destroyed. There's quite a serious knowledge gap, and it cost all of their characters. It's very impressive to watch. Oh man. You need double vials for this. Stone scale. Okay, so those two sun grass. She needs 10 stone scale oil. It's 10 stone scale eels. Need 10 leaded vials for that. Five the other. Go in the bank. Don't have any steel bloom. No. I'll try and get on early tomorrow. Get this steel bloom and stone scale oil sorted, and then I'll be able to head over. Awesome. It's probably a Shara I need to fish in tomorrow. I'll just... Okay. Can't get through the door of the flight tower. Awesome. Get Coda then. Yeah. So I'll log by the flight master. So we've made a decent amount of progress today. We hit 52 and a half. I haven't had a lot of playtime today, but it's good progress nonetheless. We got Syrian Gorge done apart from the elite quests. And we'll be able to do a lot more tomorrow. So for now, say thank you very much for watching, and I will see you next time.